Adobe Creative Cloud is
If you want to end it later to be one that cannot be sorted or don't have a spot allocated, because the next time that you
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new...
Today I'm showing not only
Another drawback is storing 50 because this is a highly customizable storage system. New, simple, and easy to build storage system for Minecraft Bedrock and Java.
Item sorters are one of them. So to start off, let's briefly recap the hopper. A hopper is a small container with two main functions. They push and they pull. They also pick up entities, but we will consider that part of pulling. Pushing takes an item from the hopper's inventory and pushes it out of the hopper into a container that the nozzle is facing into. Pulling pulls an item from above the hopper into the hopper itself. Pushing always happens before pulling. So, for example, one of the simplest interactions we commonly see is a simple stack of chests. There are 3 hoppers stacked on top of each other, all facing into chests. If I put an item in the top chest, what do you think will happen? You might think that since the number 1 hopper will push first, the item will end up in the number 1 chest since it will push before the bottom hopper can pull it out. But this is not the case. The reason why is because each hopper itself pushes before it pulls, but this is only within the hopper itself and only when the hopper is off cooldown. When the number 1 hopper pulls an item from the chest, its cooldown is set to 8 game ticks. When the number 2 hopper is calculated, here we will assume the next game tick, the number 1 hopper is on cooldown, so it will do nothing, and the number 2 hopper will pull the item out of the number 1 hopper. Then, because it has pulled, the number 2 hopper is put on cooldown. So the last step will be repeated, but with the number 3 hopper pulling from the number 2 hopper. Finally, when the number 3 hopper's cooldown resets, it will push the item into the number 3 chest. It can also pull an item from the number 2 hopper if one is there, and that pull will happen during the same game tick as the push into the chest. So the push into the chest won't impact the pull because the push is always before the pull, which is before the setting of the cooldown. In this way, the silo will fill up from the bottom first, allowing these stacked chests to function. This demonstrates some of the simple push-pull mechanics at play with hopper systems, which are important to understand when looking at sorting systems. But, let's jump right into it with a very basic sorter. For example, here is a hopper line transferring the loot of a gold farm to a storage system. We want to keep all of the gold nuggets, but trash the rest of the junk. So how would we go about doing that? Well, we can remove the items from the line with a hopper below the line, which will pull the items into the hopper. We only want gold nuggets though, so to prevent other items from being pulled into the hopper, we can put 1 gold nugget in each slot. This works, but also kind of sucks, because it can only sort out 5 stacks of gold nuggets, then it will stop working. If we add a chest to the bottom, the initial gold nuggets will drain into the chest and we will no longer be filtering the items, so that won't work. What we want to accomplish is to pull the gold nuggets into the hopper, which we will call the filter hopper, and let them drain into the chest below, but stop the quote-unquote draining before the filter hopper empties any of the slots. This is where hopper dynamics come into play. If we place a filter hopper above pointing down and a hopper below, there will be 2 actions to empty the filter hopper: the push from the hopper above and the pull from the hopper below. Instead, we use a simple trick to deactivate the filter hopper's push. We just point the hopper into a non-valid block, like an air block. So now the only way the filter hopper empties is for the hopper below it to pull. So deactivating the quote-unquote draining of the filter hopper means just disabling the bottom hopper, which we achieve by powering the filter hopper means below it to pull. So deactivating the quote-unquote draining of the filter hopper means just disabling the bottom hopper, which we achieve by powering the hopper normally with a torch. All we need to do is know when to deactivate. Powering the hopper means just disabling the bottom hopper, which we achieve by powering the hopper normally with a torch. All we need to do is know when to deactivate the hopper. This is the perfect job for a comparator. Comparators are confusing for a lot of people, but they really aren't that bad. You can check out my short video on them if you want some help on the basics. In this application though, we're using the comparator to measure how full the hopper is. The more items in the hopper, the higher the power output from the comparator. Our filter hopper has 5 stackable items in it. The output is 1. When it gets 23 total stackable items in it, the power level goes to 2. So we can just deactivate the hopper when the power level is 1 and activate it when it is 2. We achieved this with a repeater and a redstone torch. When the comparator outputs 1, the torch, which inverts the signal, is on, and when it is 2, the torch is off. This is a bit ugly though, so let's make it a little bit prettier. Now we have our very basic signal strength 2 item sorter. The function is exactly the same. When the comparator signal is 2, the filter drains, and when it is 1, it stops draining the filter hopper, preventing the filter from getting an empty slot. The only change we need to make is using filter items instead of gold nuggets. If we say fill too many gold nuggets in the hopper, it will break the sorter. So instead we use blocking items that shouldn't be in the system. So they're kind of like inert items that essentially turn the hopper into a single slot filter. Since the hopper always drains from left to right, this, combined with the signal strength 2 detector, will prevent any of the slots from becoming empty. This is the basis of item filters. Most run on the same principles. One detail I want to note is how clever the sideways facing hopper at the top is. It disables the hopper push, but allows the pull. Without the sideways facing hopper, the system would not work, because if we tried to disable the filter hopper, it would not pull or pick up items, which would break the whole system. Anyways, this is the base system, but there are many variations. For example, this system will not work if we try to tile it. Tiling means placing several in a row next to each other. The reason it won't work is because if we get 46 or more items, the signal strength will go to 3, and it will open the item filter next to it. We can fix this if we want though by making a signal strength 3 item filter. This is the exact same filter, but we extend the top block by 1, so the repeater only activates with a signal strength of 3. Now this is what we call a 1 wide tileable design, because it's 1 block wide and it's tileable, meaning it doesn't interact with the filters on either side of it. The first filter, our signal strength 2 filter, was 1 wide but not tileable. You can mix and match filters too, so that they don't interact. There's a really nice GitHub repository that has a tool you can use if you're looking to select which filters are tileable with each other. I will link it in the description. Concepts like tileability, compatibility, and hopper speeds are important to understand when designing a storage system, as most systems will use several different components that need to be compatible with each other. But that's going to do it for this video. The next video is a continuation on this topic. It's kind of a 2-part video. We will talk about applying item filters into an actual system and double speed sorters, so check it out if you are interested. I'd like to mention that this whole series is a community project, meaning that the concepts, examples, and scripts are all community originated and executed. If you would like to be a part of this process, please join the Discord community. The entire process is open for all Discord members. I'd also like to thank my Patreon members. As always, I really appreciate the support. And I'd like to thank you for watching. Goodbye. Despite what most people seem to think, comparators are actually quite simple. And that's a good thing, since they are one of the most important redstone components. So what are they, and how do they work? Well, let's start with the comparing functions. We have our main input, which takes a power level from some power source, be it redstone dust, like here, or another power source. This input has some power level. Here it's 12, as we can see with the texture pack, which shows our power levels. Then we have our output line here, which gives us our result. In this case, the input is 12, so the output is also 12. That's the basis of the comparator. Whatever power level goes in, comes out, but it can be modified. And those modifications come from our two side input lines. These are our comparing values. So when we place the comparator, it is in what we call compare mode. What this means is that we are comparing the rear input here to the side inputs. If either of the side inputs has a higher power level than the rear input, the output will turn off. If the rear input power level is greater than both of the side power levels, then the comparator will output whatever is going into it. So here, 12 is greater than both 11 and 6, so the comparator outputs 12 because that's what's coming into the comparator. When we change the 6 to a 13, now the comparator outputs no power because 13 is greater than 12. It's pretty simple, right? So that's compare mode, but we have one other mode, subtract mode. Just right click on the comparator and now we're in subtract mode. Now we subtract the greater of the two side inputs from our rear input. If this side is 6, but the other side is 7, then 7 is greater than 6. So we take 12 minus 7 equals 5. That's it. Just remember, if the light's on, it's in subtract mode. If it's off, it's in compare mode. So the second main function of the comparator is measuring block state. This is mostly seen with hoppers, chests, barrels, etc. A comparator pointing out of any container will measure how full that container is. The output is just how full that container is in decimal percent times 15 and round it up. So if we have 9 stacks here, the container is 1/3 full. 1/3 times 15 is 5. With 18, it's 2/3 full. 2/3 times 15, 10. Or you can just check out the wiki for a table of all the different signal strengths for all the different containers. Just remember, any container, so furnaces, smokers, droppers, etc. Anything that holds items. But note that there are some other non-container blocks that comparators will read from also, like beehives, a cake, cauldron, composter, jukebox, and a lectern, to name a few. I'm not going to go through all of them right now, so check out the wiki for the details on these because they are particular and don't put out power levels the same way that a container does. But that's it. Not too complicated, right? I hope you understand a little bit better after this video. Storage tech is very intimidating. For example, you might have heard of the one wide, unload proof, 100% reliable, zero game tick reset, slice preserving, dustless, slimeless, noiseless, variable mixed storage system. Sounds complicated, right? Well, actually, it's just a chest minecart. Storage tech seems very intimidating because of the endless possibilities that it provides. And with those endless possibilities, there seems to be an endless dictionary of jargon behind it. This is very daunting for newbies. Newbies like me. Maybe like many of you, I've always been interested in digging into storage tech, but hesitated due to the overwhelming amount of concepts to learn. At least until my community insisted that they would teach me. And we in turn could use this series as a forum to break down the basics of storage tech in a hope to make it more accessible to more people. To be clear, this is a community written series. All concepts and examples are sourced and written by my Discord community, and you are welcome to participate if you would like. But with that out of the way, let's jump right into it. There is one block that is absolutely necessary for storage tech: hoppers. Without them, there's no storage tech. Even so, people have a love-hate relationship with hoppers because, well, frankly, they suck. They're laggy, locational, and their underlying mechanics are stupidly complex. But storage tech can't exist without them. There are many uses for hoppers beyond putting items in chests. Item pickup and transportation is maybe the most basic usage of hoppers. But there are also signal strength based item filters, silos, clocks, and they can be used for very useful wiring components, plus many more uses. Simply put, they are a container with an inventory of 5 slots, but they are a special container as they are able to pick up and move items without any redstone involved, and are the only block in vanilla Minecraft that can do this. The mechanism they use to transport items is often summarized in push and pull events. Pushing is when there is an item in a hopper and it pushes that item into another container. The item is pushed towards the direction of the nozzle at the bottom of the hopper, which can be in any adjacent direction except for up. A pull, in contrast, is taking an item from outside into a hopper. Pulls are not when items are on the ground and are picked up by the hopper. That is a different mechanism called entity pickup. Instead, it is when a hopper detects a pull, in contrast, is taking an item from outside into a hopper. Pulls are not when items are on the ground and are picked up by the hopper. That is a different mechanism called entity pickup. Instead, it is when a hopper detects a container above itself with an item in it, and it quote-unquote sucks that item from that container into itself. Item transportation is just a series of pushes and pulls. Pretty simple, right? Well, this of course is the very basics, but as mentioned before, hoppers are actually extremely complex. So while we will not dive all the way into them in this video, we are going to go through some of the basics of hopper logic. It's important to understand and really is the basis of storage tech. So let's dive into it. Here is a hopper. It has a chest above it and is pointing into a chest below it. The first thing that the game does is to check if the hopper is on cooldown or if it is disabled. A cooldown happens after every item transfer. It is the base limitation for how fast a hopper can move items. The cooldown results in a maximum transfer speed of 1 item every 8 game ticks, or 2.5 items a second, which is often called hopper speed and is commonly expressed as 9,000 items per hour. When a hopper is powered, it is locked, or disabled, which essentially turns the hopper into a 5-slot container, which does not process any of its normal functions. So first, we check if the hopper is in cooldown or disabled. If so, it skips all hopper calculations until the next game tick. If it is not disabled or on cooldown, then we start the push phase. The hopper will try to push an item into a targeted block. The checks to see if it can push are pretty straightforward. It will first check the block its nozzle is facing into, which I am calling the targeted block. In this case, it is the chest below. If the block does not have a valid inventory, like say for example it's a stone block, or the inventory it has is completely full, the game will skip the rest of the push calculations. If we pass these checks, then the hopper will take the item in the top left slot and attempt to move that item to the inventory of the targeted block. It will start in the top left and attempt every slot, moving right and down until it succeeds. Start in the top left and attempt every slot, moving right and down until it succeeds or fails every slot. If it fails, it will try this process again with this second item in the hopper to the right. Then it will repeat this until it succeeds or fails all the attempts. In our case, it will succeed when we get to coal, which can move into the 3rd slot of the chest. If the push was successful, it will send a comparator update to the targeted block and set the targeted block's cooldown if that block is a hopper. Then the hopper moves on to the pull phase. First, the hopper will check to make sure it can pull an item. It checks to see if it itself is full, if there is no inventory to pull from above the hopper, or if there is an inventory, it checks if this is empty. If any of those are true, it cancels the pull attempt. If we pass these checks, the hopper attempts to pull an item from the above inventory. This is the exact same process as the push phase, where it checks an item in the source inventory, in this case, the chest above, and tries to place it into every slot in the targeted inventory, in this case, the hopper. It does this with every item in the source inventory. And like pushing, it will continue until successful or each item fails. If it is successful, then it will update any source inventory comparators. Next, we move on to the entity pickup phase. This only occurs if pull attempts fail due to no inventory being located above the hopper. This one is like a pull. It will check to see if there are entities in the pickup region, which is the block space above the hopper and the space in the hopper bowl itself. If so, it will iterate through the items from oldest to youngest, trying to quote-unquote pull an item into a slot, much like the pull and push phase loops. It can pick up to an entire stack of items at one time if there is space in the slot. Once again, it will run until successful, or all attempts fail. Finally, if the hopper has pushed, pulled, or completed an entity pickup during this tick, it will put itself in cooldown and update any comparators connected to it. And that's it. It's a little bit complicated, but really not too bad, and very important to know. Here's a reference diagram based on an image from 2know2name that shows the details and is a good reference for future conversations. Here's the push, the pull, and the entity pickup. The last topic of this video is to say that hoppers really suck. I mean, for a lot of reasons, but the reason I say it here is because they cause a lot of lag. This is a whole topic unto itself, but at the bare fundamentals, just looking at this diagram, we can see that hopper tick calculations are quite complex. More complex calculations take more game resources. Fortunately, we can minimize the impact of lag by looking at this flowchart. Basically, to minimize lag, we want to minimize the amount of calculations a hopper has to do. So finding the fastest route through this flowchart will allow us to do that and skip as many unnecessary calculations as possible. The shortest way, disable the hopper. The game checks to see if the hopper is disabled. If so, it skips all the other calculations. This is the most lag friendly, but I mean, it also just makes the hopper a smaller chest, so isn't such a great solution. One of the most common practices to minimize hopper lag is to place a small inventory block over a hopper when it is in a hopper line. In this application, it's not pulling or doing entity pickup. So having an empty container over the hopper will take this route and skip this entire portion, thus minimizing the calculations necessary and the lag. This concept works in the other way too though. The most laggy arrangement? A hopper with double chest above and below, specifically filled with items that won't fit in or out of the hopper, all of which do have space. Why? Well, looking at this diagram, we can see that we must do all the calculations except for the entity pickup. But looking at these two loops, it's even more clear why. In this situation, we have to do these loops for every item slot, so 54 times 5 times 2, which takes a lot of resources. Entity pickup with entities in the same subchunk is similar to this also, since we must iterate over each entity. That is why using small inventory blocks, specifically a composter, over open hoppers is really an essential lag reducing step. But that's going to do it for this video. Subscribe if you want to follow this series. I want to again remind you that this is a community video, meaning that it is researched and written by my Discord community. If you want to get involved, join the Discord server. The entire video production. Item sorters are obviously an essential part of storage tech, but a sorting system like this will only handle 9,000 items an hour, which is just not enough for most farms. So, how do we increase the sorting speed? Well, with parallel sorting, which is a pretty simple concept but has a lot of small details to consider in application. Basically, parallel sorting is the concept behind all high-speed sorting systems. But what is parallel sorting? To answer that, we need to take a brief look at two basic engineering concepts in the subject of unit operations. This box is an operation. We have one or more inputs and one or more outputs. Something happens inside the box depending on the process. When we put two operations in a row, the operations are what we call in series, meaning one operation takes place first, then a second operation happens afterwards. But if we want to put the operations in parallel, we would shift them like this, so that the input stream would split and the operations would take place at the same time. In engineering, why and when you use in series versus parallel is a complex question to answer, but with most Minecraft sorting systems, it is much more straightforward. i.e., parallel sorting is almost always better for systems over 9,000 items an hour. But to understand how this applies in Minecraft, let's look at this system. We can say that the item filters are in series, as each item needs to flow through the top hopper line one at a time, and interact with each item filter before moving on to the next one. To move this system from in series to in parallel, we need to have the filters all acting at the same time, or for our purposes, very quickly in succession. The best way to do this is to get rid of this hopper line and process the items in entity form, moving the items over the hoppers very quickly so that the hoppers fill with valid items which will be processed in parallel. This works well because this hopper line is our main bottleneck and is making the flow in discrete items at hopper speed rather than larger batches which can be infinitely fast. Moving to parallel sorting will not debottleneck our item filters themselves, but instead allow more filters per item, which run in parallel and increase the filtering capacity. Since the hopper line is running at the same speed as an item filter, having more than one filter per item in series will not increase the throughput at all. You can split off more hopper lines, but it gets kind of complicated quickly. But instead allow more filters per item, which run in parallel and increase the filtering capacity. Since the hopper line is running at the same speed as an item filter, having more than one filter per item in series will not increase the throughput at all. You can split off more hopper lines, but it gets kind of complicated quickly, so parallel filters is preferred. So now the question is, how? It's really not too complicated. There are two main methods that are used depending on the dimension: water streams and ice pushers. Water streams are the go-to method, while ice pushers are used where water can't be, such as in the Nether. With both of these options, we take the item entities, then transport them over the filters. When a filter finds a matching item, it will instantaneously pick up as many items as can fit in the hopper. Remember from the first storage tech video? When taking items from a container, the hopper operates at hopper speed, or one item every 8 game ticks. This is because it sets the 8 tick cooldown after every time the hopper does an action that activates the cooldown, like pushing or pulling. But when picking up items in entity form, it will take all items that it can fit during the same tick, which is very useful, as if we have, say, 46 items in a stack with 2 matching filters next to each other, both of the filters would pick up 23 items and process them at hopper speed in parallel. But there is one major restriction: the previously mentioned cooldown timer. After picking up the items, the cooldown is set for 8 game ticks. So if we try to pick up the items when the hopper is on cooldown, then it won't work, which is something to consider when designing a parallel sorting system. But as you can see, there are two main problems to solve with these parallel sorting systems. Number 1, moving the items over the hopper pickup area. And number 2, timing the system so that the hoppers are not on cooldown when the item flows over them. Both of these concepts together are called 4D alignment. The first 3 dimensions is the location of the entity in the X, Y, and Z coordinates within the game. And the 4th dimension is time. Moving items over hoppers seems simple. You just build a line of filter hoppers and add water on top, then throw items in the water stream, right? Well, it kind of works, but very poorly, as items get stuck in the hoppers and despawn. But a trick has been developed to prevent this from happening. Basically, instead of having the items flow over the hoppers, they flow right on the edge of a hopper, so that they do not fall in the dish of the hopper. But the hitbox still intersects with the hopper pickup area, which is one full block over the hopper and inside of the hopper dish. Typically we use packed or blue ice as the block next to the hopper, because item entities will travel faster on ice than other blocks, which will decrease the time that the items are in entity form and thus decrease lag. In order to align the entities, we need to use a solid block that has a slightly smaller hitbox than a full block. Chest, honey blocks, and sea pickles are three of the most common blocks in this application. With these blocks, we can simply have the items pushed into them and it will align them properly on the edge. With water streams, the items can just be collected and aligned with water fairly easily. But with slime pushers, a common trick is to collect the items on top of a chest, then push them off the chest with a honey block, which is the same width as the chest. Then a slime block shoots the edge aligned items past the unmovable chest and over the hopper/ice path. Sea pickles are a little bit special as they are used to change which edge the item is aligned on for layout reasons. It's not too complicated, but the application can of course become a little bit tricky depending on the capacity required. So we have 3 dimensions solved. The last dimension is time, but it isn't really so complicated. As we discussed earlier, the hopper cooldown is set when the items are picked up. So the next time that items can be picked up is 8 game ticks later, meaning that we just need to make sure that the item stacks are sent in an interval of 8 ticks or longer. It's really as simple as that. It does not have to be every 8 ticks exactly. This is because the only action that will set this sideways facing hopper's cooldown is picking up, as it never pushes or pulls. So with single speed item sorters, the 4th dimension does not have to be quite so precise. I will note though that with double speed item sorters, which happens to be our next topic, will require more precise 4D alignment, which will be explained in that video. But for the 4th dimension alignment, there are loads of ways to do it. Usually it just requires some barrier that either pushes or allows the items through every 8 game ticks or so. The result will be what we call parallel sorting, and give us the ability to significantly increase the sorting system capacity. The additional benefit to parallel sorting is that the sorting system can be dimensioned to sort out only the useful items. For instance, in our gold farm here, we only want gold nuggets, but not rotten flesh or swords. If we upgrade this farm to say this aggro-based gold farm that I featured in an earlier video, now we have approximately 25,000 pigment per hour. That means a total of about 104,000 items an hour, but only 51,400 useful items an hour. The rest of the items we just forget about and send to the trash, making even a quite decent capacity farm's sorting system pretty small and simple. But that's gonna do it for this video. The next video is about double speed item filters and the implications it has on 4D alignment. I'd like to mention that this whole series is a community project, meaning that the concepts, examples, and scripts are all community originated and executed. If you would like to be a part of this process, please join the Discord community. The entire process is open for all Discord members. I'd also like to thank my Patreon members as always. I really appreciate the support, especially Jack Does Things, my single top tier Patreon member. And of course, I'd like to thank you for watching. Thank you so much, and goodbye. Item sorters are obviously an essential part of storage tech, but a sorting system like this lines, but it gets is to collect the items of or pollution. Item filters for our purposes very quickly in succession. The best way to do this is to get rid of this hopper line and process the items and interact with each item filter before we'll instantaneously the first 3.
G'day folks, it's Cortezarino. Later to take all the items up to the top, so when you put them in the input chest, it goes into here and the comparator turns on and that fires up our torch tower, and that tower will silently send all the items up to the top. But while that's happening at the front of the torch tower, the back of the torch tower is alternating these lamps.
Item sorters are obviously an essential part of storage tech, but a sorting system like this will only handle 9,000 items an hour, which is just not enough for most farms. So, how do we increase the sorting speed? Well, with parallel sorting, which is a pretty simple concept but has a lot of small details to consider in application. Basically, parallel sorting is the concept behind all high-speed sorting systems. But what is parallel sorting? To answer that, we need to take a brief look at two basic engineering concepts in the subject of unit operations. This box is an operation. We have one or more inputs and one or more outputs. Is almost always to in parallel, we need to have the filters all acting at the same time, or for our purposes, very quickly in succession. The best way to do this is to get rid of this hopper line and process the items in entity form, moving the items over the hoppers very quickly so that the hoppers fill with valid items which will be processed in parallel. This
New, simple, and easy to build storage system for Minecraft Bedrock and don't have a does have a couple of cons with it. So for too clean, but there are some torch. You can see here is a hopper going to the left. You can save some resources to install properly. This is the single what you would expect system that is in 7 chests. That is also very eligible. You can take the you need to put some redstone dust between the slices to connect together these redstone lines. Again, just because redstone doesn't go down glass blocks. And with those 3 small tweaks, you can build the system any size or shape that you want on Minecraft Java Edition. Now that you know how to build the basic 3x3 module, you can take these skills and make a system that is any size or shape that you want. So let's take a look at what the redstone for those would be. So this is the single module that doesn't even require an item elevator, and as you can see, it's basically identical to the first slice that we built up over there. If you want to make your system taller, like 5 or 7 chests, that is also very easy. You just slabs in this area right here, and then a redstone torch right there, and 2 repeaters going into these blocks. Now, solid block, redstone, redstone. And now it's time for the redstone, which is super simple. It's basically just a 2 wide section of redstone over and over again. So once you've built it once, you can build it like 1,000 times super easily.
Let's continue exploring the universe within art and the art behind redstone. I'm your host. So that they extend one, you just need it. And now for the redstone. So glass wherever they're sit here until we put enough items in to kick it through. Now this won't cause any problems or build up, but if you never
I may have made a rather impulsive decision. Oh, hi guys, I made a mess. And yeah, spent the last couple days redoing my entire storage system, as you can see. And we got to get everything put back now. I have installed the new recategorizer system by Casildus, my good buddy Casildus from Mazuma Games. It's a new system that came out, and it's okay, up 6 chests high. The layout, this is how many chests we're figuring. Luckily, all right, the redstone is done. What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Pretty big storage room, isn't it? And that was a lot of redstoning. And I have filters to set now because, like I mentioned, this is a category sorter. It's the recategorizer by Mazuma Games. That's my friend Castildis. And he does amazing work in the storage space. And so I wanted to utilize this system. It's a remodel from the one we did in
Hello guys, and welcome to another video with Cass on the Mazuma channel. Today we're gonna place a bunch of blocks on top of each other until it starts looking a lot like this. And if you're wondering what this is, well, it is a system capable of unloading shulker boxes automatically, sorting individual items into their own categories, sorting groups of items, sure blocks on top of each other until it starts looking a lot like this. And if you're wondering what this is, well, it is a system capable of unloading shulker boxes automatically, sorting individual items into their own categories, sorting groups of items, dealing with items it has never seen before, as well as getting items inside shulker boxes so that you can save some space. In this video I want to show you how to build a basic sorter and how to set it up, how to expand the system and account for all the little details, and I also want to show you how to build the Megazord system with all its modules, but that's going to require another video. The shape we're going to do is up to you, and the size of the system is going to be up to you. We're going to start with the control circuit right here, which is 3 by 12. And the reason why I prepared this area is because I wanted to make everything chunk aligned. We are not going to be following these rules strictly, but I just want you guys to know that if possible, you should align your control circuit to be all inside one chunk, just like I'm doing here. But eventually you will see that I will not follow the rules myself. And that's because I'm also considering using a chunk loader, which is exactly what I have down there. This is my slim design for a chunk loader. So you can turn it on and it's going to keep all of these 9 chunks loaded all the time in game. You can turn it off if you want. This is optional. Or you can build your sorter in the spawn chunks. This is up to you, really. So the tutorial is going to be divided in 3 parts. On the first one, we're going to build a small version of the system, very minimalist, and we're gonna get it to work. Then we're going to expand it into a full wall and add 1 feature, and finally on the last part of the tutorial we're gonna do a full room with everything that a sorter needs, except for the extra stuff that I showed on my previous videos. So the first decision you need to make is how many chests you want. In this case we're gonna do only 3 categories, which is why we're gonna have these chests right here, and I have reserved this area here for the control circuit, which is actually going to be a few levels above. So you can make it be only 1 tall if you want. The total size of the redstone is like 6 tall. 3 tall is also a great choice. Let's see how this looks. Just like this. All right, but my favorite one and what I believe works for a lot of people is to make it 5 tall. And yeah, this is what I'm gonna go with, but of course this is your choice. The chests need hoppers behind them, so you can do it like this, then have this hopper facing downwards. Notice that all the other hoppers are facing towards the chests, and then a barrel on top and another hopper like this. So let me replicate this. Now at the same line where you have your top chests, we're gonna build a 3 wide platform that extends 12 blocks in this direction. And you can also extend these lines here that I marked with black glass blocks. You need to make sure that to make the exact same thing as I do. If I place glass blocks or slabs or solid blocks, you don't need to use the same colors I'm using, but you need to pay attention to whatever kind of block I'm placing because those are important. We're going to start by building the slices because it should be easier to start with. So you can place a bunch of observers here. Actually only 2, because what we're going to do for the first part of the tutorial is to just build 2 categories, and this one is going to be for the uncategorized items. So later on we're going to expand this, and you will understand why. So let's just stick to the plan for now. So comparators here, and solid blocks like this, more solid blocks on top, and comparators there, and more. And I think now we're gonna have these as support blocks. And droppers facing up. Now we can connect hoppers to these guys. And now we need to fill up these droppers with items. So I mentioned during the teaser video that you're gonna need a bunch of of snowballs. So we can have either like a bunch of snowballs inside these guys here, or maybe just shears. So for the other containers, we're definitely gonna need a lot of snowballs. And the reason why I'm using snowballs is because these items are cheap and they stack. So yeah, you could as well use ender pearls or signs, whatever is cheaper for you, and you're able to mass produce. So for these specific containers, we're gonna just use shear. So make sure that every slot's filled with one of these, and they're gonna place one extra inside these. And as a result, all of these comparators are going to turn on. You will see that we're going to come back to those comparators a lot during this tutorial because I really need to make sure that you guys make your system completely working as we go. So, oh, and I almost forgot to mention, but in front of these observers, we're going to have some rails. These have limitations, but we'll cover that in the second part of the tutorial when we extend the storage. And here we need a redstone line, just like you see here. So for the second part of the slices, we're going to have redstone dust here.
Let's continue exploring the universe within art and the art behind Redstone. I'm your host, Omledu. I've noticed in the comments that a lot of people are building crazy amounts of chests on their multi-item slot sorters, and that is really awesome. However, mist sorters are better suited to be small and compact. There are only about 1,400 items in the game, and most of these are going to be rare, unobtainable, or non-stackable items, none of which can go in a mist sorter anyway. So if you're using more than like 60 chests on your mists, that implies that you have like 10 chests just for dirt or cobblestone, in which case we should just use bulk filters for those items. These are cheaper, faster, and don't have the limitations that come with using a slot sorter. You don't have to leave any items behind in the chest, just use. That implies that you have like 10 chests just for dirt or cobblestone, in which case we should just use bulk filters for those items. These are cheaper, faster, and don't have the limitations that come with using a slot sorter. You don't have to leave any items behind in the chest, you can just grab them and go. It even allows us to add super simple shulker loaders directly to the filters. We can also add non-stackable filters and some super simple shulker unloaders as well. Or maybe you want an automated unloader. No matter what kind of storage system you already have in place or are planning on building, we can add filters to it for common items, and we'll talk about all of this near the end of the video. So if you've already built or want to use some aspects of my previous designs, such as the fancy automated input for the mist sorter, we will talk about how to customize and add filters to these things near the end of the video. So hopefully you will have a better understanding of how to do this for your own custom storage. But for now, let's run through a simple build along. So we're going to divide the area up into 3 different sections. The slot sorter will be on the end, the filters in the middle, and then your input and non-stackable items at the beginning. And that section will stick out 1 block farther behind the machine than everything else. Start off by deciding how many chests you want everything to have. So for the mist sorter, you want it to have an odd number of chests in vertical rows. Then we're going to skip 4 blocks in between the chest for the mist and the chest for the filters. The chest for the filters can also be turned sideways, but keep in mind that each vertical row on the filters will be a single item. And you can have as many filters or as many chests as you want, but we're going to leave 1 block of space in between the non-stackable and the stackable filters. And again, you can have as many chests as you want, but we do need to leave 4 blocks of space on the other side for our input. And again, the only limitations on how many chests you have is the mist sorter down at the end. It needs to have an odd number of chests in vertical rows. For this design, we're going to build a simple input and a simple slot sorter. I wanted to focus on filters this time, but the layout will be exactly the same if you do want to have a complex slot sorter or a complex unloader. But regardless of what you want to customize, this middle part will be exactly the same. So we're going to start off by placing hoppers pointed into every single chest on our filter chests. Then above these hoppers, diagonally back, we're going to place a row of solid blocks so that we can place hoppers pointed into these solid blocks. These are going to be our filter hoppers, and basically you just don't want the filter hoppers to be able to push items into any container, is why we are pointing them at blocks. Then toward the end, we want to place some temporary blocks so that we can place a row of hoppers above our filter hoppers that are pointed off toward the end of our storage system. This is our intake line, so these will take items from the input and send them all the way through our storage to our output. In this example, our output is going to be where the mist sorter is. So basically, no matter what kind of storage you already have, to add filters, you just have to extend the intake line. Think of the intake line as its own thing. All it really is a tube that is just moving items from your input to your output. And as such, it can go in any direction. It can go up, down, left, or right in a zigzag. However, your filters are just attached to your intake line and are pulling items out of the intake line. But when building these filters, be sure to place in this dust first. We're going to place glass on top of it, but if you place the glass on first, it becomes really hard to place that dust under the glass, especially if you have a lot of filters lined up in a row. And of course, these are totally tileable. You can build as many of them next to each other as you want. But our topmost comparators are looking at our filter hoppers through those solid blocks. So now we just need to load our filter hoppers with the items that we want to be sorted. So inside of our filter hoppers, we need to place 1 item in the last 4 slots that stacks to 64 and has been named something unique on an anvil so that no other item can ever stack with it. Then in the first slot, we want at least 1 of the item that is being filtered for, or you can throw in a whole stack. Either way, 41 of that item will always be trapped in the filter. And if you add more filler items to reduce the amount of items that are trapped, it will no longer be overflow protected. So if this fills up, it will break this item sorter and the neighboring ones. So when making filters for common items, you never want to have more than 4 filler items because you want it to be overflow protected. But if you're filtering out like diamonds for some reason, then you can just add more filler items so that it is no longer overflow protected, but it will never fill up anyway because diamonds are rare. But once you've loaded all of your filter hoppers, now let's build the non-stackable item filters. So again, place hoppers pointed into the back of every chest, but here at the top, we're just going to add hoppers pointed down so that it's now even with the intake line. And then just carry the intake line over these hoppers like so. Now, because the non-stackable items don't require a hopper filter, we could actually place an additional chest up here and have a hopper pointed into it. But I figured that most people probably wouldn't want their non-stackable item chest to be one chest higher than the rest of their chests. But if you do, you can, and if you don't, you can just add hoppers pointed down to make it all even. That is totally up to you. The redstone is going to be built exactly like what we just did, just one block higher. So rather than starting at the hopper under the intake line, we're going to start at the intake line. And I always recommend building 2 non-stackable item filters next to each other, at least 2, because they do like to skip items occasionally, so if you build 2 of them next to each other, the odds of them skipping are very low. And you could always build more than 2 if you want to have more chests for non-stackable items. But the only difference in the redstone is that the non-stackable filter's comparator is looking at the intake line, whereas the stackables comparator is looking at the filter hopper. So one of them is just one block lower than the other one, but the non-stackable is looking at the intake line and pulling out non-stackable items directly from the intake line. Now for our item input. So if you want to make like an automated shulker unloader or something, you can just tie that directly into this input line. But for this video, we're going to build a simplified version. So start off by placing a double chest that overlaps on top of the input line, and then have droppers pointing up into that chest. And it doesn't matter how many droppers there are, but on the bottom one, we're going to place a hopper pointing into it, and then we can either just place a chest on top of this hopper and call it good. Just throw items in there to be sorted. Or we can extend it out by one and place the chest sideways, really however you want to do it. You can also just add more hoppers and have a kind of manual shulker unloader. I like to use nether wart or obsidian, something that's hard to break with a pickaxe, so that when I'm breaking my shulkers, I don't accidentally break the wall. But this is a really easy way to just automatically unload shulkers without having to bother making complex redstone. Now we just need to power the dropper elevator. So we're going to place solid blocks right next to the boxes on the comparator opposite the redstone comparator. This configure is that this extender dropper turn on, take out by it left eye will fit in the back of the machine. I will link a video for that here that will make sure that no items are ever left. And it will vert the left. I'll need this hopper vented. We're going to put this aim and right time in placers and droppers. This is one row of air in between block away from them. Now we need more hoppers and droppers. We need a row. So these rows of air at the very the item is a droppers in all of, and we're going to power. Then to make sure the machine clock just sorter of every single slot. But at least some of these chests here on the end need to have some empty spaces for your overflow or for items that get skipped. So this does, and this will basically into hopper. Check your fill, and then kind of around. That is super duper easy. Take out the bottom chests, bottom row of chests. Pull shulker lift by hand. Now this is manual. You have to place these shulkers on here, and you have to break.
Today we're going to be making a shulker loader, and we're actually going to be integrating that in with a item sorter. So you guys know, well, most of you guys should know what a standard item sorter is. These are pretty generic in most worlds, where you have X amount of one thing, and then you've got your filler items as well. I don't recommend using redstone dust as a filler item. Name the item so it doesn't go through as a filler anyway. Anyway, this is just for demonstrative purposes. Item sorter, and we're going to actually turn that into a shulker loader as well. This is going to be for our new item sorter room in our ultra hardcore series, where we want to have a bank or a row of a wall with basically all of our highly popular items: stone, netherrack, cobblestone, that sort of stuff, filtered out and shulker loaded automatically, so we can go into these barrels and we have shulkers full of these items, right? So how we're gonna do that is taking a shulker loader. This is a very compact shulker loader, and we're actually gonna combine that with the output of an item filter just by adding a couple of more hoppers in here, and then we get an item filter that also shulkerizes the items, right? Very, very powerful setup. And it allows you to not have to have double chests on double chests on double chests, kind of, and go from there. So very, very powerful setup. Looking forward to having this running in our 5,000. What are we at now? 5,300 days of ultra hardcore currently. So this is how it works. Basically, to prime the setup or get the setup running, you've got to have all of the shulker shells. We're gonna replace this line with just hopper line like that, or even a minecart that travels over to load it up. So first things first, you want to have your input shulkers, and then you got to prime it one time. All right, so the back of the modules or the back of the system will look like this, and then you'll prime it one time. The shulker will get dispensed via this dispenser. It will fill up from the item filter, and when it is full, the piston will push the observer into the shulker, which will actually break it over the comparator, and the hopper will pick that up from that block area there and put it into the chest. So very, very cool. And that means you guys are going to be able to come up to the front of this item hall, or the item sorter hall, and get shulkers full of these items. and be able to go from there. Sort of put stuff back in. If you don't want, like if you've got half shulkers and things like that, you will be able to throw your half shulkers into the input. And that's going to unload shulkers and then sort it all out. Okay, so very, very cool. Tileable setup as well. So obviously we're just going to tile that. You know, I think we've got like 45 blocks long, about 3 chunks long. We're going to tile this up for, and then the other side of the trading hall is going to be multi-item sorters, where you have like all of your redstone stuff in one area, all of your... So, very, very cool. I don't know how the shulker loader works. I will proceed to show you guys exactly what happens in this module. For most people, they're able to kind of just look and see what happens, but I'll show you guys what happens, and then from there we can see it in motion or in action again. So, when you get a shulker in this position, a dispenser will dispense a shulker. The comparator will read that and say, hey, this box or this chest or this position, this is how much power it's got out. And so this is currently powering, this switch is powering that to 15 and that dust to 14, right? 14 power. When you have a full shulker box, the comparator will output 15, and that will update this power or redstone dust to 15, which the observer will detect and actually power through the hopper. It'll release a signal. This observer will detect that. It'll through quasi connectivity. It'll send off this dispenser, this piston, sorry, and that'll push or crush the shulker. When it crushes the shulker, at the same time, it'll actually, push the shulker over into the comparator, where the hopper will pick that up and feed it into the chest. When the piston comes back after the second signal, because observers do too, like that, the piston will pull the observer back in. And then when it goes back in, the observer powers down to power the dropper, push an item into the dispenser, and dispense that item in that same power pulse or power tick, right? So very, very cool. That's how that works. And this is the input. These 3 blocks are the input for the shulkers. This direction is the input for the items. And this is the output for the filled shulkers. So that's how the whole system works as a whole, and it's tileable as well, so you can put lots of these next to each other, because even with this this redstone power source being where it is, it'll only ever have, well, that's going to update there like that because I've done that, but it'll only ever have 14 here, no matter how many wide you make this as well. So very, very cool. That's what we're going to be doing. You could replace that also with I guess a redstone, a block of redstone, if you probably wanted to, for 14 as well. But if you didn't want something above like that, if you just kind of wanted like that, you could replace it with like that. And that would also power 14 as well. So that'd be pretty. Now I can just easily, at people switching to PC, yeah, in chat you can just type in @ and then someone else's name, and if you want to mention them directly, and that comment will highlight for them. Yes. Hi Brian, do you count AFK days as well, or do you not AFK? I do not AFK in this world. All of this world, the last 5,300 days, they are Minecraft days, and they've all been completed live on stream. We've recently moved to YouTube last week, so around day 5,300 we moved to YouTube part-time, so we're part-time Facebook and part-time YouTube now, but all of the days have been done on stream. I do not AFK off stream at all. I don't even AFK on stream really. So, all of my farms, I've just made them excessively large so that I'm able to not have to sit at farms for 4 hours at a time. Pretty cool. I think it's just a good direction for me to go in, to not rely on AFK. So no AFK at all. It's all done on stream. I've got to get back to work. Hope everyone has a good stream. All right, Shani, take care, man. Thanks for jamming with us. I saw your Corrupted Chunks video. Did you take a world download just in case? I did, mate. Yes, I did. I did, absolutely. The only time Zuchi would AFK is if he wants to figure out the rates for 5 minutes. No. Oh, just talking to the stream. Yeah, correct. So I don't AFK. Like AFK, the true definition of AFK is away from keyboard, or like leave a farm running overnight. I don't do any of that. So all of my work is done on stream with you guys. That means you guys see the good stuff and you see the boring stuff. So yeah, look, I apologize if you only come here to see the compressed good stuff. That's not what this channel is about. This channel is more about being open and honest with my hardcore or ultra hardcore world and showing you guys everything that happens. I've built 2 perimeters now, excess amounts of farms, all that sort of stuff, and I just want to be, I guess at some level, I want to be a little bit more open about what goes on in a hardcore. I think I need some droppers and dispensers. So let's go get that. I don't think I've got any droppers and dispensers out here, so let's go for a little trip to Pog City, go get some droppers and dispensers. Zuchi says do a lot. I do say do a lot. I do that. Hi Craig, how are you, dude? Welcome in. What's good? How's it going, my guy? Thanks for the 3 a.m. Mr. Potato Head picture. Hey, no worries, dude. No worries. Niall says, Zuchi, did I hear you right? Are you turning something into a pay to win? No, I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Channel points, I think are gonna stay a watch time based thing. Yeah. Someone who is addicted to gambling or runner.
Welcome back to Hermitcraft Season 11. Today is a very big...
Today we're going to be making a shulker